北方有一片永远不会融化的冰原，冰层之下是比夜空更深的安静。今晚我们就睡在那片安静里。
There is a place that lies beyond the north. Not the north you might trace on a map, not the north where cold air gathers and the stars wheel low over the horizon. Beyond that north, further still, past every edge you could walk to, past every landmark that a traveler might rest a hand upon and say, "Here, this is the furthest I have come." Beyond all of that, there is another north. And beyond that one, there is this place. The old texts call it Zhongbei Jiguo, the land beyond the north. The name itself carries a kind of quiet impossibility, the way a door might open onto another door, and that door onto another, each threshold receding just as you reach it. But tonight there is no need to reach anything. Tonight you are simply here, at the edge of knowing, and the edge is soft. Before you arrives a darkness that is not the absence of light so much as the presence of something older. A depth that has been here long before any name was given to it, and will remain long after names have stopped mattering. This is not the darkness of a room with the curtains drawn. It is wider than that. It is the darkness of a world where distance itself has grown tired and settled. The air is still, not still in the way that stillness can feel like waiting, still in the way that stone is still, not pausing, not about to move, simply and completely at rest within itself. Somewhere below you, or perhaps below, there is water. It is called the Dark Sea, Minghai, and it is also called Heaven's Pool, the Tianxi, the deepest gathering of water at the roof of the world. These are two names for the same body of water, and perhaps they describe two different moods of the same thing. The Dark Sea for when you look across its surface and see only the continuation of darkness. Heaven's Pool for when you let the name rest in your mouth and feel something open. The water has no shore that anyone has ever found. This is not a failure of exploration. It is simply the nature of this water. If you were to travel across it, and there is no need to, the traveling can be left for another time or for no time at all. You would not arrive at a far side. You would move, and the water would move with you, and the darkness would remain what it was, vast and unhurried, indifferent to the direction of your crossing. There is weight in your body now, a soft and comfortable weight, the kind that comes when something has been held for a long time and finally quietly sets itself down. Deep in that water, something moves. It is a fish. The texts call it Kun, the Kun, and it is thousands of li wide, thousands of li in width alone. Its length has never been measured, not because no one thought to try, but because the water is so deep and the creature so vast that measurement simply does not apply to it. It moves the way that weather moves, not from a single place, but as a condition that occupies the world for a while, and then gradually becomes something else. The Kun does not know that it is large. This is not a thought to hold tightly. It is simply something to let pass through you, the way cool air passes through an open room on a still night. The creature moves through water that has no edge, and its movement is so slow, so wide, so unhurried, that it cannot be distinguished from the water itself. There is no shore to arrive at. no surface to break through, no current pulling in any particular direction. There is only the depth and the slow movement within it, and the darkness above and below that holds everything in place the way night holds a valley, completely, gently, without effort. You breathe. You may not have noticed until now how steady your breathing has become, how each breath arrives a little more slowly than the last, how the space between the breath out and the breath in has grown a little wider, a little more comfortable, a pause that asks nothing of you. Beyond the dark sea, beyond heaven's pool and the coon within it, there is land. This is the land beyond the north, and people live there. The texts don't describe their houses in detail, or their faces, or the specific quality of the light that falls on them, if light falls on them at all. What the texts record is something quieter than appearance, a quality of life, a texture of existing. The people there do not know that ease is a pleasure. They do not know that death is a loss. These are not sad facts. They are not even facts exactly. They are a kind of description of completeness, a world so fully at rest within itself that there is nothing to compare anything to, nothing to stand in contrast, nothing to make the ordinary feel remarkable, because everything is simply what it is. Hold that if you like, or let it drift past. There is no requirement here. The darkness over the dark sea is deep and even. The water does not ripple. The coon somewhere in its depths continues its slow passage, wide as a province, unhurried as time, entirely unaware of being observed or admired or measured. The land lies beyond. The people in it are neither happy nor unhappy in the way that words like happy and unhappy require a scale, a reference point, a memory of having felt otherwise. They are simply there, in a place where there is no otherwise. This is the image the old texts offer. Not a story with a beginning and a turning and an end. Not a lesson with a moral folded inside it. Just this, a darkness, a sea, a creature vast beyond measuring, and beyond even that, a land where people live in a state so complete it has no name for itself. The coon drifts, the water holds the darkness, the land waits in its stillness the way all land waits, patient, undemanding, existing without requiring anything of the people who live upon it. Your body is heavy in the way that warmth is heavy. Your thoughts, if they are still moving, are moving more slowly now, like the coon if you like that image, wide and unhurried, no particular shore in mind. The darkness is not empty. It is full of the same kind of fullness that water is full, not of things, but of itself, a presence that does not announce itself, a depth that does not display its depth. Somewhere in that water the coon turns, not quickly, not with purpose, but slow, unhurried, vast beyond measuring, drifting in a world where nothing is required of anyone, not with urgency, but the way a season turns, over the course of so much time that the turning is only visible in retrospect, if anyone is watching, which tonight there is no need to do. The land lies beyond, you do not need to travel there. It is enough right now to know that it exists, that somewhere past the last edge of every map ever drawn, past the dark sea and its unmeasured depths, past the creature that drifts in those depths, there is a place where nothing needs to announce itself as restful, because nothing is anything else. The water is still. The darkness holds everything the way the night holds you, without effort, without intention. Simply and completely, as it is always done. The darkness holds everything the way the night holds you, and the night too has its own geography. It extends in directions that no waking mind can fully follow. It reaches past the edge of the room, past the edge of the house, past the edge of the city and the mountains beyond it, and then past places that have names, and then past places that have only been felt, and then past even those into a territory that the old texts approached very carefully, the way you might approach the far end of a long corridor in a building you have only half remembered. There is a phrase in the text, Zhongbei Jibei, beyond the uttermost north, and then beyond it. The structure of that phrase is worth holding for a moment. It does not say the far north, or the distant north, or even the northernmost place. It says the north that is already the end, Zhongbei, the north that terminates. And then it says past that. This is not a geographical direction. It is something else. The world that this text belonged to had a shape. The shape was known. Scholars had catalogued its mountains, its rivers, its creatures, its spirits. There were texts that named every peak, every body of water, every wind. The world had been measured and recorded and placed within a system. North meant something. South meant something. The edges of the world were understood to exist, and if you traveled far enough in any direction, you would reach them. And then the text says, beyond the uttermost north. It does not place you closer to the edge. It places you past it. Past the system that made edge and center possible. Past the grid. Past the very idea of location. The dark sea, the Minghai, lies out there. This is the body of water the text places between the known world and the land. Dark not because of shadow exactly, but because of distance and depth. Dark the way water is dark when you look into it and there is no bottom, and the darkness is not threatening, simply complete. The text calls it Tianqi, heaven's pool, a pool vast enough to be a sea calm enough to be called a pool. These two names sit quietly together without contradiction, the way very large and very still things often do. Heaven's pool, not the edge of heaven, not beneath heaven, its pool, as if the sky itself has gathered here into water, as if the distance between the uppermost point of things and the deepest point of water has collapsed somewhere in the north, past the north, in a place that doesn't participate in the usual distances. Your body is heavy now, if you notice it. The weight of it settled into where you are lying. The darkness behind your eyes is its own kind of pool, simply open in all directions at once. The old catalogers who recorded places like this, who sat with their brushes and their carefully ordered texts, understood something that is easy to overlook. They were not only mapping what existed, they were mapping what could exist. They were tracing the shape of the possible, including the parts of the possible that exceed shape entirely. A map that ends at the edge of the known world is a complete map. But a text that gestures past that edge, that says there is a dark sea out there, and beyond it a land, is doing something different. It is acknowledging that the system has an outside, that the categories that make sense here, in this room, on this page, do not necessarily extend to every corner of the world. That somewhere there is territory that the map cannot reach. This is not a failure of the map. It is the map being honest. The land beyond the uttermost north does not have coordinates. It cannot be reached by traveling north. It is not that if you walked far enough, packed enough food, endured enough cold, you would eventually arrive at heaven's pool and cross it. Distance is not the obstacle. Distance is not the relevant dimension at all. It exists in the way that the space between two thoughts exists. Real, occupiable, but not reachable by effort. You do not travel there, you simply find yourself there, or you don't, or the question doesn't arise, which is the more likely outcome, and also the one that carries the most peace. What the text offers is not a destination, it is something closer to an uncategory, a space that the categories leave room for, without being able to contain it. The way the night sky contains an uncountable number of stars, and also contains all the space between them, which is larger than the stars, and darker and easier to rest inside. The geography of this place, such as it is, moves in stages. The uttermost north exists first, already far, already at the limit of what the system can hold. Then the dark sea, heaven's pool, lies beyond that limit, a body of water so wide that it has two names, and neither of them is wrong. And then the land, and then whatever is beyond the land, which the text does not name but does not deny. This is the architecture. Edge beyond edge beyond edge. Not a single boundary with a known territory on one side and darkness on the other. A series of beyonds, each one revealing another, each threshold opening onto a space that contains a further threshold, and at no point does the sequence resolve into a final wall, a last shore, a definitive end. This structure appears in other places too, in the way very deep water gives way to deeper water, in the way silence deepens when you stop listening for particular sounds and let the silence become the foreground. There is always more stillness available. The stillness does not have a floor. Your breath moves the way it moves, at its own pace. You do not need to change it. The air comes in and goes out, and the space between the breaths is its own kind of territory, a small beyond, a brief uncategory that the lungs create and release without effort, again and again in cycles too steady to track. The catalogers who wrote about this place were working within a tradition that took the existence of such territories seriously, not metaphorically, not as useful fictions for inspiring reflection. They were recording, in the same systematic, careful way they recorded the animals and mountains and rivers, that there is a region past every region, a north beyond the north, a darkness deeper than the dark they knew. They place this record in the middle of a text full of known things. It sits there the way the dark sea sits beyond the uttermost north, adjacent to everything ordinary, separated by a distance that is not quite distance. What the catalogers recorded, without ceremony, was that the world contains its own outside. Not a void, not an absence, an outside. A territory with features, water, depth, fish, land, people. A place that has qualities, that can be described, that has a name. It simply cannot be reached by any method the text bothers to explain. The fish in heaven's pool, the coon thousands of li wide, is not troubled by this. The coon has no need of coordinates. It moves in water that has no shore, in a body of water that sits beyond every edge, and the movement requires no map, no orientation, no sense of north or south, or toward or away. There is only the water and the moving, which are not even separate things, and beyond the pool, the land, and in the land people who do not know that ease is special, because ease is all they have ever known. People for whom the uncategory is not exotic or distant, but simply the ground beneath their feet, the air in their lungs, the texture of each ordinary day. They are not aware of being outside the system. They are not relieved to have escaped the map's coordinates. They simply live there, in the way that you are simply here, in the weight of where you are lying, in the darkness that holds you the same way heaven's pool holds the water, with no effort, with no announcement, simply and completely. The text does not explain how the land came to be beyond the north. It does not say who built it, or whether it was always there, or whether it emerged at the same moment as the rest of the world, or whether it came after, or whether time moves there the way time moves inside the system. These are questions that belong to the system, to the world of coordinates and origins and causes, and the land beyond the north is, in the deepest way, outside that world. It is enough to know the architecture. Edge beyond edge, dark water beyond the uttermost limit, land beyond the dark water, and within the land, a way of being that does not know itself as special, because there is nothing less special to compare it to. The last edge is not a wall, it is an opening, not into something more intense or more luminous or more meaningful, into something that has simply let go of the need to be meaningful or intense or luminous, into the quiet that exists when the map has run out of paper and the pen has been set down. The pool is dark, the pool is wide, the cone is somewhere beneath, unhurried, the land is beyond, and the edges, all of them, every last edge, have dissolved already into something that does not need a name, that has perhaps never needed one, that was always here this whole time, waiting in the north past the north, and the stillness that holds everything without trying. The cone is somewhere beneath the surface of the dark sea, not near the surface, not close to any shore, somewhere beneath, in water that has no measure, moving through a darkness that has never been lit. The old text says its width is several thousand li. Several thousand li. Each li a distance a person might walk in a long and unhurried morning. Stack those mornings side by side, one after another, until the count reaches thousands. That is the width of this creature. Only the width. The length, the text says plainly, no one has ever known. No one has measured it. Perhaps no one has ever seen enough of it at once to begin the measuring. There is something worth sitting with in that detail. Not the size itself, though the size is staggering, but the quietness of the admission. The text does not say the Kun is unmeasurably vast in a tone of awe or alarm. It simply records the fact, the way you might note that a particular road leads to a mountain whose peak is hidden in cloud. The length is unknown. The Kun continues anyway. It does not require your comprehension to exist. The Kun is called Kun in the older tongue, a single syllable, low and rounded, the kind of sound that settles rather than rises. The word itself carries something of the quality of the creature, contained but immense, unhurried, complete. Consider what it would mean to be that large, not to feel large, that is different. A creature that felt its own vastness would be aware of the water pressing against its flanks, aware of the distance from its tail to its mouth, aware of itself as something that occupies space. But to simply be that large, to have a body that extends beyond the reach of any internal signal, there would be no experience of it. The nerve at the far edge of the tail is too remote to report to any center. The surface of the flank, miles from the nearest eye, does not send news of itself. The body simply extends and does not know that it extends. This is not numbness. It is something closer to the way a mountain does not feel its own weight. The weight is real. The mountain is real. But the mountain does not carry its weight. It simply is its weight. There is no effort in the having of it. The Kun moves through the dark sea in something like that condition. The water parts around it, enormous volumes of water, pressure shifting through the deep and long, slow waves that might take hours to travel from one end of the Kun's movement to another. and none of this is experienced as labor. The kun does not push the water. The kun moves, and the water moves with it. The way sleep moves through a body that is already soft, that is already let go, that is not trying to receive the sleep, but simply receiving it. Your body is heavy now in whatever position it is settled into. That weight is not a burden. It is the same thing the kun's body is, a presence that does not need to explain itself or justify its size. The heaviness in your limbs is simply your body being what it is. The way the kun is simply what it is, moving through dark water without any concept of the distance it is covering. There is a kind of rest inside that image, not rest as something you are doing or trying to do, or hoping will come. Rest is the condition inside a body too large to know its own boundaries, a body that has no inside edge, where the awareness of itself begins to loop back and say, am I resting? Am I resting well? Am I resting enough? The kun cannot ask those questions. The philosophers who came after the old text spent considerable time with this creature. They understood that the kun was not merely a large fish. It was a thought experiment made of water and scale. What is a creature that exceeds comprehension? Not a creature that surpasses the known record, the way a very large whale surpasses a smaller whale in measurable degrees. Something different. Something that breaks the measuring instrument entirely, so that after you have tried to measure it, you are left not with a very large number, but with a silence where the number should be. That silence is what the text preserves. Several thousand li wide, length unknown. The text stops there, and in stopping there it does something more accurate than any number could. It records the place where the knowing ends, and leaves the creature in the water beyond that point. The dark sea, the pool called Tianqi, heaven's pool, is wide enough to hold it, which means the pool is also wider than any measuring. The kun does not swim from one end to the other, because there is no other end in the way we mean. It moves within vastness through vastness, the way a thought moves through sleep, not from one place to another, but through, without arrival. You may have noticed in the time you have been listening that the world behind your closed eyes has grown quieter than it was at the beginning. The details of the day, the textures of tasks, the small insistences of things undone, they are still somewhere the way the far edges of the kun's body are still somewhere, real and present, but no longer reporting anything urgent. The signal has grown too long to travel. The awareness that might loop back and say, remember this, attend to this, do not let go of this. That awareness has, without any instruction, simply reached the edge of its own range. Let it rest there. At the edge of its range, it has nothing to report. It is simply the far edge of something very large, moving through dark water, in no hurry to arrive anywhere. The old text in its brevity gives the kun almost no attributes beyond its size. It has a name, it has a width, it has a length that no one knows, and it is there in the dark sea, in the pool that lies north of the uttermost north. That is all the text offers. No behavior, no story, no purpose ascribed to it. The kun is not guarding anything. It is not moving toward anything. It does not represent anything in the way later symbols tend to represent things, carrying the weight of meaning the way a symbol carries meaning, self-consciously, as a burden. The kun is simply a creature of that size, in that water, in that place. There is something deeply restful about a presence that serves no narrative function. Most large things in the old records are large for a reason. They are powerful, or dangerous, or holy, or transformative. The kun is large in a way that seems to require no justification. The text records its size the way you might record the depth of a well. Here is this depth, it simply is. The width of several thousand li, the length unknown, moving through the darkness of heaven's pool, not sleeping, not waking, moving in that continuous, unhurried way that a body of water moves through its own depths, which is to say without a break in the motion, without a point where the movement stops and something else begins. The kun is always already in motion, the way the sea is always already in motion, the way the blood in your body is always already moving, without your direction, without your effort, without your awareness attending to it every moment. Your breathing is doing that right now. You did not ask it to. It is simply continuing, the way the kun is simply continuing, through dark water, through unmeasured distance, through a night that does not count its own hours. The scale that exceeds comprehension is not frightening from inside it. That is the thing. We imagine that vastness, true vastness, the kind that breaks the measuring instrument, would feel overwhelming from inside. But the kun is not overwhelmed. The kun is the vastness. There is no outside position from which to feel the size. There is only being the size, which is indistinguishable from simply being, the way simply being, at the deepest moment of rest, is indistinguishable from everything. The text says, its name is kun. Just that, a name, a size, a location, and the honest acknowledgement that the length is beyond knowing. In 4 details, the text places the kun in the world and then releases it back into the water, into the pool that is also heaven's pool, the pool that is also the dark sea, the sea that lies north of the last north, and the place where the map ran out of paper. The kun is there now, as it has always been, not resting in the way you might rest after effort, not pausing in the way you might pause before continuing, simply being, in the only condition it has ever known, in water that is wide enough to hold it, moving without urgency through a darkness that is not threatening, only deep, only quiet, only the natural color of water at a depth no light has ever visited. The length of the kun is still unknown. It is still moving, and the dark sea holds it without effort, without comment, the way sleep holds a body that has finally stopped asking whether it is sleeping. And beyond the water, beyond the pool that has no shore, there is land, not an empty land, not a waiting land, a land where people live, have always lived, in the only way they have ever known how to live. The text records this simply, without ceremony. It says, they do not know that ease is a pleasure. It says they do not know that death is a loss. 2 small sentences, resting side by side like stones at the edge of a quiet path. But the first of those 2 sentences, the one about ease, about pleasure, about the thing they do not know, that one opens into something larger than it first appears. Sit with it for a moment. They do not know that ease is a pleasure. Not because they have never felt ease, not because their lives are hard or crowded or filled with the kind of effort that makes rest feel precious. They do not know that ease is a pleasure, because ease is simply what their lives are made of. It has no name there. It does not need one. A thing that exists without interruption does not announce itself. Consider water. A fish does not know it is wet, not because the water is absent, but because the water is so completely present that it cannot be distinguished from everything else. The water is the medium of existence. It is not a condition. It is not a gift. It is simply the way things are. The people of the land beyond the north live inside ease the way a fish lives inside water. This is not poverty of experience. This is not numbness or flatness or the absence of feeling. It is something more unusual than that. Something that takes a moment to come into focus, the way a shape in mist takes time to become distinct. They are not deprived of the pleasure of ease. They are too thoroughly inside it to see it from the outside. And that distinction between being deprived of something and being so enveloped by it that it becomes invisible, that distinction is everything. When you say that someone does not know a certain pleasure, the first assumption is lack. A person who has never tasted sweetness does not know the pleasure of sweetness. A person who has never felt warmth does not know the pleasure of warmth. The absence creates the not knowing. But there is another kind of not knowing, the kind that comes not from absence, but from total presence. A person who has never left the valley does not know the pleasure of returning to the valley. Not because the valley holds nothing good, because the valley holds everything, and they have never needed to leave it and come back. The people of the land beyond the north do not return to ease. They never left. There is no contrast in their experience, no edge where ease ends and its opposite begins, no moment of effort that makes the stillness that follows feel like something received, something earned, something arriving from outside and filling a space that had been empty. For most of us, rest is defined by what it is not. It is not the meeting you just came from, not the weight you've been carrying, not the worry that has been sitting at the edge of your attention like something waiting to be fed. Rest is the subtraction of those things. It arrives as a kind of relief, which is beautiful, genuinely beautiful, but it is always shadowed by its own context. You know you are resting because you remember what it felt like not to be resting. The people of the land beyond the north have no such memory. This is where something softens in the understanding, because without the memory of effort, what is left? Not less, something different, something the texts don't quite name, because the texts are written from within the world of contrast, the world where ease and difficulty are mirror images of each other. What is left when you remove the mirror? Only the thing itself. Ease stripped of its meaning as relief, ease as a ground state. The way silence is not the absence of sound, not to someone who has never heard sound, but simply the quality of the air. Your breathing right now is slow. You may not have noticed how slow it has become. The weight of your body against whatever is beneath you, that weight is real, and it is settling, and it has been settling for some time now, and you did not need to ask it to settle. It is doing what bodies do when they are no longer required to hold themselves upright, when the task of moving through the world has been set down for the night. You are inside a small version of what the land beyond the north holds as its total reality. For you, this is a departure from something. For them, it is simply the water they have always swum in. The old catalogers, the ones who gathered these accounts, who wrote down the shape of the world as far as it could be described, they did not linger on this detail as though it were a curiosity. They wrote it plainly, the way you might write down a geographical feature. North of here is a mountain, west of here is a river. Beyond the uttermost north is a land where the people do not know that ease is a pleasure. And in recording it that way, they were saying something subtle. They were saying that this kind of existence is possible, not forbidden, not mythological in the sense of being untrue. Possible in the way that geography is possible. There are places you have not been. This is one of them. It happens to lie north of the north, past the dark sea, past heaven's pool, past the coon moving through darkness, but it is there. The entry does not say the people of that land are enlightened. It does not say they have practiced or cultivated or arrived at ease through discipline. It says they lived there. They were born there. They grew up there. They did not choose ease any more than you chose to be born inside the kind of world where effort and rest alternate, where each one defines the other. They simply are where they are. And where they are is a place where the texture of every moment is what you, right now, are only beginning to touch. The pleasure of ease, the thing they do not know, is a pleasure that requires two things. It requires the ease itself, and it requires the memory or the expectation of its absence. Remove the second thing, and the pleasure transforms into something that isn't quite pleasure anymore. Not because it's less, because pleasure implies contrast, implies relief, implies the shape of what came before. What remains when you remove the contrast is not the absence of pleasure. It is something more settled than pleasure, something that doesn't spike and fade, something that doesn't arrive and leave. It is simply the condition of the place. A stone in a river does not know it is being held by the water. It rests there, in the current or in the stillness, because the water is what it is resting in, and it has rested in nothing else. The stone is not grateful for the water. It is not relieved to be in the water. The water is not an improvement on anything the stone has previously experienced. The water is just the water. The stone is just the stone. And together, quietly, without commentary, they exist in the only relationship they have ever known. This is the texture of life beyond the last north. There is something almost impossible to look at directly in this idea. The same way you can't quite look at the center of a dim star, you catch it better in your peripheral vision when you stop trying to see it. When you try to name what they have, the people in that land, the name slides away, because naming requires contrast. You say warmth because you know cold. You say full because you know empty. You say rest because you know its absence. They have no word for what they have. Not because language failed them, because language in this instance simply found nothing to hold. The thing was too complete to need a handle. A room with no doors does not need a key, and yet the catalogers found a way to point at it. By describing what it lacks, they do not know that ease is a pleasure. The sentence works by subtraction. Here is what they are missing from our perspective. And in that missing, the shape of what they have becomes faintly visible, the way the outline of a dark object becomes visible only because of the light around it. What they have, that we can only point at from outside, is ease as ground, ease as medium, ease as the only thing that has ever been. Your body knows this state, not as memory exactly, but as something older than memory. In the very early hours of deep sleep, in the part of sleep that the mind does not record, does not narrate, does not later shape into story, the body rests in something like this. Effort has no address there. Relief has no meaning there, because there is nothing to be relieved from. There is only the dark and the quiet and the weight of the body held perfectly by whatever is beneath it, and no thought about any of it. That part of sleep asks for nothing. It does not need you to appreciate it. It does not need you to know it is happening. It is already happening the way the water of the dark sea is already there, the way the land is already beyond it, the way the people there are already living inside the only texture their existence has ever held. They do not know that ease is a pleasure. and perhaps that means ease for them is something even larger than pleasure, something that doesn't depend on being noticed or named or remembered or compared to anything else. The pool is still to the north, the sea holds the Kun in its darkness, and the land lies beyond, as it has always lain, in a quiet so complete that no one there has ever needed a word for it. The land lies beyond the water as it has always lain, and within that land there is something else the text records, quietly without emphasis, as if it were not the most extraordinary thing ever written in so few words. They do not know that death is a loss. Sit with that for a moment. Not the idea of death itself, which carries so much weight in the waking world, but this other thing, the absence of the weight. The people there have not lost the experience of endings. They simply carry no grief about them, no anticipation of grief, no low, persistent hum of dread that begins years before the ending comes. The text places this alongside the other inversion, ease that is not recognized as ease, as if the two belong together, as if they are the same observations seen from two different directions, and perhaps they are. In the world most people know, ease and death are connected by a single thread of anxiety. The rest you take is always borrowed against the rest you will one day be unable to avoid. Every night of sleep carries somewhere beneath it the faint awareness that this is practice, that there is a longer sleep coming, and so even rest, even the softest rest, can carry a small, barely conscious vigilance, a guard posted at the threshold to make sure the sleep does not go too far. The people of the land beyond the north have no such guard, not because they are unaware of endings. The text does not say that. It says they do not know that death is a loss, which is a different thing entirely. They have seen things end. Water flows and becomes something else. The light comes and goes. But none of this registers as subtraction. None of it leaves a wound. The ending of a thing is simply part of the texture of that thing, woven in from the beginning, inseparable from what the thing was, not something that happens to it from outside. The catalogers of old China were careful with language. When they wrote that the people of this land do not know death as a loss, they were recording something observed, something that belonged to the nature of the place, not a belief the people held, not a philosophy they had developed, simply a way of existing that had never needed to become a philosophy, because nothing had ever challenged it. There is a softness in that distinction that is easy to pass over. A philosophy is built in response to something difficult. You construct a way of thinking about death because death disturbs you, and you need to find your footing again. The people there had no such need. They were not standing on uncertain ground and thinking carefully about how to keep their balance. They were simply on the ground, as the ground is simply there. Your breath is moving through you now slowly, without effort. The weight of your body rests where it rests. There is nothing to do about any of it. The thinking part of the mind, the part that monitors and calculates and guards, can soften for a moment. You are already held. The breath is already moving. The body knows how to do this without your attention. It has known for a long time. In the land beyond the north, the body was never watched so carefully. No one counted their breaths and thought, what if they stop? No one lay in the dark and listened to their own heartbeat and wondered how many were left. The heartbeat was simply there, and then one day, as the text suggests without saying, it was not, and neither event required a different quality of attention than the other. This is not emptiness. It would be a mistake to read it as emptiness. Emptiness implies that something is missing, that a container exists which has not been filled. The people of that land were not unfilled. They were complete in the way water is complete. Water does not mourn the shore it has not reached. It does not grieve its own evaporation. It is simply what it is, moving through the forms that it moves through, and each form is whole. The coon, the fish wider than measurement can hold, does not know it will die. Or if it does, the knowing is like its knowing of its own size, something so large that it cannot be held in any single awareness. The coon drifts through the dark water, and its drifting is its entire existence, and its existence is entirely enough. And when it ends, if it ends, the water remains, and the darkness remains, and the depth remains, and the ending is simply another depth. There's a particular kind of vigilance that lives in the body of someone trying to sleep. It is not always felt as vigilance. Sometimes it feels like restlessness, like the inability to settle, like thoughts that will not slow. But underneath the restlessness, there is often something older, a guardedness that was installed so long ago that no longer has a name, a part of the self that has learned to keep watch, to make sure nothing goes wrong while the conscious mind lets go. That guardedness is not foolish. It learned to exist for reasons. But in this moment, in this particular darkness, there is nothing it needs to protect against. The endings it fears are not here. They are not waiting behind the softness of this breath for the next one. The sleep that comes is not the dangerous kind. It is the kind that returns, the kind that releases and then reconvenes, the way the water of the dark sea receives the river and lets it continue north. The people of the land beyond the north did not release their vigilance at night. They never had it to release. The guard was never posted. The threshold was never installed. And so there was no effort in their rest, not because they worked hard to achieve effortless rest, but because the whole architecture of worry, the whole scaffolding that effort and loss are built upon, simply did not exist in that geography. The dark sea holds them still. The text has held them for thousands of years, resting in those characters on the page, in that stillness. They do not know that death is a loss, and so they live without the shadow that knowledge casts, without the way that shadow falls backward across every moment of ordinary life, dimming things slightly, adding a faint urgency to what would otherwise be simply the day, simply the evening, simply the breath going in and going out, without needing to be counted or protected. To live without that shadow is not to live in denial. Denial knows what it is denying. Denial is a wall built against something real. The people there built no wall. There was nothing to wall out. The shadow that falls in other places, the shadow of endings, the shadow of everything that must eventually be released, simply does not reach that far north. The light is different there, or there is no light depending on the season. The text does not specify, but whatever the quality of the sky above the land beyond the north, it falls on people who move through their days without that particular weight, without the low habitual bracing that in other places begins so early, so quietly, that most people do not even know it is there until a rare moment of stillness reveals the absence of it. The pool is still to the north. Its water does not know what it contains. The coon moves through it, or rests within it, or has rested so long that resting and moving have become the same quality of existence. And beyond the pool, in the land that lies past even the dark sea's reaching, the people are there as they have always been, not waiting for anything, not guarding against anything, breathing in the way that water breathes, which is to say without the concept of breathing at all. You do not need to guard this breath. It will come and it will go, and the next one will come from the same place the first one came from, which is somewhere older than thought. The body has known this longer than the mind has been keeping watch. Let the watch be still. Let the guard rest in the threshold, having nothing to report. The darkness is not the other kind of darkness. This is the quiet kind, the dark sea kind, the kind that holds the kun in its depth without grip, without weight, simply holding, the way the body of the earth holds everything that rests upon it, not deliberately, not effortfully, but because holding is what it is. The land beyond the north carries its people in just this way. Without knowing it carries them. Without their knowing they are carried. The ending, when it comes, is simply another form of the same carrying. The same darkness, the same depth, the same water that was always there, before and after, and all the way through. The text is brief about this. A few characters, a single line. They do not know that death is a loss, and in that brevity there is a kind of mercy, not an explanation, not a comfort designed to convince. Simply an observation, recorded and set down, resting in the book the way the land rests beyond the north, requiring nothing from the reader, asking no response, complete in itself, as it has always been, as it will continue to be, long after the reading is done. The pool is still. The fish is somewhere in the deep water. The land is beyond and the people are within it. And the weight of endings has never arrived there, not once, not even as a rumor carried by the wind from some other more anxious shore. The pool is still. The fish move somewhere below the surface, unhurried, unmeasured, and the land lies beyond, not waiting, not resting, simply being what it is, as it has always been. There is something worth sitting with here, something the entry offers not as argument, but as the quiet shape of a thing observed from very far away. The people of the land beyond the north do not know that ease is a pleasure. This was the first inversion, the one encountered earlier. And the reason they do not know it, the reason ease has no name for them, carries no particular weight, draws no special attention, is not that ease is absent. It is that ease is everything. It is the water the fish swims through. It is the ground beneath every step. It is the air between the branches of every tree, the space inside every breath, the texture of every morning as it arrives, and every night as it settles. It is not a state they return to. It is the only state there is, and this is a different kind of claim than it first appears to be. Most systems of rest, the ones that accumulate around ordinary life, the ones written into custom and habit, treat rest as something earned, something that follows effort the way dusk follows the long work of the day. You spend yourself and then you replenish. You move and then you stop. You build and then you lay down what you have been carrying. Rest arrives as relief. It is defined by what came before it, measured against the weight of what it is relieving. In that system, rest has a shape. It has a beginning when the effort ceased. It has a texture derived from contrast, the particular softness of stillness after movement, the particular silence of a room after sound. You can taste it because you know what it is replacing. But in the land beyond the north, there is no effort to be relieved. There is nothing the rest is replacing. No flavor of contrast. It is not a reward at the end of something. It is not the gift that effort earns. It is simply what existence is made of in that place. The ground state, the default, the condition from which nothing departs and to which nothing needs to return, because departure was never possible in the first place. Your own body knows something about this. Even now, lying still, there are places where the weight has settled. The long bones of your legs, the back of your shoulders, the slow tide of your breathing, and none of that settling required a decision. It happened the way water finds the lowest point, not chosen, simply the way things go when nothing is resisting. That settling, that movement towards stillness, is the default. It is what your body does when you stop asking it to do something else. The land beyond the north is simply a place where that default was never interrupted. There is a word in the text description, or rather the text is shaped by what the word is absent of. The entry does not say the people are peaceful. It does not say they are content, or fulfilled or restored. It says they do not know that ease is a pleasure. And that phrasing carries something precise in it, something that repays attention before sleep takes it away. To not know that ease is a pleasure is not to be deprived of it. It is, in fact, the opposite. It is to be so thoroughly inside ease that it has not yet become an object, something separate from you that you could look at, name, desire, or lose. A fish does not know it is in water, not because the water is absent, but because the fish has never been anywhere else, has no memory of air to compare against, has no longing for something different pressing against the present moment. The ease of the people there is like that. It is the water they swim through, without knowing they are swimming, without knowing there is water, without knowing there is such a thing as not water, somewhere else, in a different world, on a different shore. This is not ignorance as lack. This is ignorance as fullness, the kind of not knowing that comes from complete immersion rather than from distance. And it is worth asking, gently, without urgency, whether something similar is available to anyone who becomes still enough, long enough, quiet enough, for the contest of opposites to loosen its hold. Not in the sense of achieving something, not as a practice to master, but in the sense that the ground is always there, even when the activity that covered it is briefly, partially, gratefully removed. The ground of the land beyond the north is not something its people place there. It was not constructed or maintained. It simply exists, the way the deep water of heaven's pool exists, not because anyone decided it should, but because this is what the place is, at its most elemental. The catalogers who recorded this place were making a list. They were noting the things that exist beyond the known borders of the world, the creatures, the geographic features, the conditions of living in places no traveler could reach. They wrote it down with the same attention they gave to the giant fish, to the depth of the dark water, to the breadth of the northern expanse, a creature thousands of li wide, a pool with no shore anyone has ever found, a people who do not know the word for what they are. In setting it down this way, they were doing something stranger than they perhaps realized. They were recording the existence of a place where their entire framework, the framework of effort and rest, of life and loss, of knowing and not knowing, of the value of ease, did not apply. A place outside the categories their catalog was built to contain. And they put it in the catalog anyway. They left it there, in the section on questions, in the chapter that asks about the furthest things, surrounded by the farthest distances anyone had imagined, as though it belonged among the other entries, as though it could be housed and held. And perhaps it can. Perhaps the entry is itself a kind of container, a small, still room inside a text, where this particular way of being gets to exist without explanation or justification. A room you can visit, not by going anywhere, not by doing anything, by becoming for a little while something more like what you are at the deepest layer, before the effort was asked of you, before the contrast was taught, before the system of earning and spending and recovering was laid over the ground you were already standing on. There is a way in which the most ordinary things reveal the ground, when they are attended to without trying to make them mean something. The rise and fall of breathing, the weight of a hand resting against the surface beneath it, the slight coolness of air across skin, the way the body, left alone long enough, begins to remember what it was before the asking started. These are not practices. They are not techniques for arriving somewhere. They are noticing with quiet attention what was always there, the way the land beyond the north was always there before the map was made, before the compass was consulted, before the traveler set out from whatever known place they began. The rest is not waiting for you at the end of this. It is what you are resting in, right now, as the words move through you and begin to grow less distinct. The fish in the dark water does not know what rest is. It simply moves or does not move through the depth of the pool that has no far shore. The people of the land beyond do not know what ease is. They simply are, inside the condition that has no opposite. And you, here in the slow country that opens when the day finally lets go, you are moving very quietly towards something that is less about arriving and more about recognizing what was already present before you thought to look for it. The pool is still. The fish is somewhere in the deep. The land is beyond the pool and the people are within it. And the light is whatever the light is, in a place where no one keeps track of whether the day is coming or going. And the ground beneath everything, beneath the water, beneath the land, beneath the long, unhurried life of those who do not know they are at ease, is simply there, quiet and vast and asking nothing. The way it will be when this too grows still. There is another place, not to the north, and not beneath the water, and not in any direction the compass knows. It is reached the other way, inward, through the slow country of sleep itself. The old texts record it as Huashu Jiguo, the land of Huashu, and it appears in a dream. The Yellow Emperor, Huangdi, lay down to sleep one afternoon. The records say he slept for 3 months, and while he slept, he traveled to a land so far from the world he knew that no road could carry him there waking. Only the dream could. What he found there, the text preserves with quiet care. The people of that land had no ruler and no law, because none was needed. They moved without effort. They acted without intention. They wanted nothing in particular. They feared nothing at all. The text says they could walk through fire and not be burned. They could walk through water and not be wet. They could rise into the sky as easily as they moved across the ground. Not because they had powers, but because the world and their bodies were not in opposition. There was nothing to resist, nothing to overcome. The Yellow Emperor woke after 3 months and called his ministers together. He was quiet for a long time before he spoke. He said that the perfect way of governing was not something he had found through study or through effort. He had only found it when he stopped looking, when his body was still and his mind had released its grip on the waking world. The dream had shown him what the waking world could not. The pool is still. The fish move somewhere far below, unhurried, enormous, unaware of its own size. And now there are two places. The land beyond the north lies past the dark sea, past the pool that has no shore, past every coordinate the map makers ever drew. It is reached by traveling until traveling is no longer possible, and then continuing beyond that. The land of Huaxu is reached differently. It is reached by lying down, by letting the body grow heavy, by releasing the grip on the day's events, the day's concerns, the day's accumulated weight. The dream carries you there when you stop insisting on remaining here. Two directions, two ways of arriving at the same absence. The land beyond the north exists at the far edge of the world, where the geography simply runs out. The land of Huaxu exists at the inner edge, the edge where the thinking self grows quiet and something else takes over. One is a place you can point to on a mythic map, even if no road reaches it. The other is a place the map cannot show at all, because it lies on the other side of waking. And yet what the people in both places share is the same quality of life. In the land beyond the north, they do not know that ease is a pleasure, because ease is simply what life is. There is nothing to compare it against. No memory of strain, no anticipation of labor. Ease fills the whole of existence, the way water fills a pool, touching every surface, leaving no part untouched. In the land of Huaxu, the people want nothing, fear nothing, and strive toward nothing. Not because they have suppressed their desires or conquered their fears through discipline or wisdom, but because desire and fear have no foothold there. The conditions that give rise to wanting and dreading simply do not exist. The people are not virtuous in the way we mean when we praise someone for overcoming their lesser nature. They are beyond the territory where that distinction applies. Both lands are describing something that exists before the opposites arrive. Before effort and rest became a pair, there was only the ground they both stand on. The land beyond the north is that ground made into a place. The land of Huaxu is that ground made into a dream. And the ground is the same ground, the same quality resting in two different vessels. Your breathing has its own rhythm now, slow and even, and you do not need to attend to it. The weight of your body is held entirely by what is beneath you. The day is very far from here. There is something worth noticing in the way these two lands were recorded. The land beyond the north appears in a text about questions, a chapter where a younger person asks an older one about the edges of things, the places where the world becomes strange, the entries that do not fit the usual categories. It is offered as information, as geography, as something a careful observer might want to know. The land of Huaxu appears in a dream. It is not described by a traveler who visited and returned. It is described by a man who went there while his body lay still, who came back changed, who sat quietly for a long time before trying to put what he had seen into words. The two records have different textures. One is an entry in a catalog, one is a dream recalled, but they are recording the same country. The old texts often do this, hold the same perception in two different forms, let it be encountered from two directions so that the understanding can arrive, whether you approach it from the outside or the inside. The landscape and the dream are both pointing at a territory that language can only approach from an angle. The land beyond the north says, travel far enough and you will find a place where the struggle simply does not occur. The dream of Huaxu says, go still enough and you will find the same place without traveling at all. Both are saying it exists. It is not imaginary. It is not a reward for the virtuous or a destination for the exceptional. It is a real place in the geography of what is possible. And the way there is not through achievement. The way there is through release. There is something in the fish too, the kun, enormous and slow in the dark sea beneath the land beyond the north, that resembles the quality of deep sleep. Not the sleep of a tired body claiming relief, something older than that. The fish does not sleep in the way animals sleep. It simply moves through the deep water with no particular destination, no particular urgency, no awareness of its own vastness. Its rest is not a pause between efforts. It is the mode of its being. The people of the land beyond the north live the way the fish moves, not resting from something, just being in a way that we would recognize as rest if we saw it from outside. But from inside, it has no name. It is simply the texture of a life. And the Yellow Emperor lying still for 3 months while his ministers worried and his court fell quiet. He was doing something similar. He was going somewhere that woke movement could not take him. He was becoming for a time like the fish, like the people beyond the dark sea, like someone who lives in a country where the compass has no meaning. He returned, as dreamers do. The fish does not return, because it was never anywhere else. The people of the land beyond the north do not return, because they have nowhere else to go. But the dream left something in him, something that could not be said directly, only approached from the side. He sat quietly and looked at what remained. You may feel now a loosening in the places where the day still held on, the shoulders perhaps, the space behind the eyes, the small decisions that still circled, waiting to be made. They can wait. They will still be there if they are needed, but they do not need to be carried here. Two lands then lying side by side in the old records, one beyond the world's last edge, one inside the dream that comes when the edge of waking is crossed. The texts do not say that one is more real than the other. They do not rank them or explain which one the thoughtful person should prefer. They simply record that both exist, that both are reachable, that both are characterized by the same quality, an absence of the struggle that the waking world mistakes for life's defining feature. The dark sea is wide. The land beyond it is wider still, and the dream that carries you to Huaxu is not a journey with a distance. It is only a deepening, a way of becoming less insistent on remaining exactly where and who and when you are. The pool at the center of it all, heaven's pool, the great still water at the top of the world, holds both shores at once. The shore of the waking world, far behind. The shore of the land beyond, somewhere ahead in the dark. And between them, the still water, and the great fish moving slowly in the deep, and the quiet that belongs to no particular direction. The land of Huaxu does not ask you to believe in it. The land beyond the north does not ask you to find it. They ask only what the sleep asks, that you stop insisting on wakefulness, that you let the grip of the day soften, the way a hand softens when it is no longer needed, that you drift, the way the enormous fish drifts without urgency, without a shore in sight, through the deep water that holds everything without asking anything in return. Somewhere, the Yellow Emperor is still dreaming. Somewhere, the fish moves through the dark sea beneath a land where no one knows that ease is a pleasure. And these two places, one at the world's edge, one at the dream's edge, are waiting, quiet and vast, in the same country of default stillness that has always been there, in every direction for those who grow still enough to notice. And there is a third direction, not north the way the land beyond the north is north, not inward the way the dream of Huaxu is inward, reach through the closing of the eyes and the loosening of the day. This third direction is not a direction at all, it is a time so old it has no name that holds it, only a phrase that gestures toward what it was, the age called Jide Jishi, the age of perfect virtue. The text that speaks of it does not describe a place on any map, it describes a condition, a way the world once was before the world began to insist on being otherwise, and what it describes is this. People lived and moved and breathed and did not know there was anything to strive for, not because striving had been forbidden, not because ease had been offered as a gift, but because the thought that things could be otherwise had not yet arrived. There were no categories yet for better and worse. There was only what was. The Huainanzi, the text that holds this memory, records it without ceremony. The way you might record the temperature of a room that has simply always been warm. The people of that age did not know they were living in something rare. They could not have known. Rarity requires comparison, and there was nothing to compare against. They walked the earth. They ate when they were hungry. They rested when they were tired. And the resting was not a retreat from anything. It was simply the next thing, as natural as the step that came before it and the breath that came after. You've been breathing this whole time without deciding to. Notice that now. The breath moving through you entirely on its own, requiring nothing from your attention, nothing from your will. The body already knows what the age of perfect virtue knew. It has not forgotten, even if the waking mind has. In that age, the text says, there was no desire to be seen as virtuous, because virtue was not something you performed. It was what the world was made of. A river does not try to flow downhill. A stone does not work to be heavy. The people of that age were not trying to be good, or calm, or still. They simply were. The way a stone is heavy, the way a river moves. And here is where the three directions begin to speak in the same voice. The land beyond the north holds people who do not know that ease is a pleasure, because ease is simply the texture of their lives. The dream of Huaxu holds a country where no one strives or fears or mourns, because the conditions that produce striving and fear and mourning have not taken root. The age of perfect virtue holds a time when none of this needed to be said, when no text needed to be written about it, when the absence of struggle was as unremarkable as the absence of sound in a room where no one has spoken. Three versions of the same absence: a land, a dream, a time. Each one arrived at the same stillness by a different road, and each one arriving there found nothing unusual about it. The text from the Huainanzi does not romanticize the age of perfect virtue. It does not say those people were happy. It does not say their lives were beautiful. It says something more quiet than that. It says they did not know that they were lacking anything, and because they did not know, they were not lacking anything. The lack was never born. Think of what that means for a moment. Not the absence of suffering, not freedom from hardship, something more fundamental, the absence of the idea that things should be otherwise than they are. A mountain in the deep past did not know it was supposed to be taller. It stood at whatever height it stood, and that height was the mountain, entirely and without remainder. The people of that age were like the mountain. They stood at whatever height they stood, and it was enough. It was not even enough. It was simply all there was, which is a different thing from enough. Enough implies a measure. All there was implies no measure at all. The night is like that now for you. There is no measure here, no height you are supposed to have reached by this hour. The darkness around you is not a lack of light, it is simply what the night is. And the weight of your body in this moment is not heaviness that needs to be lifted. It is simply what rest feels like when the body has finally stopped accounting for itself. Let the accounting go. The age of perfect virtue did not end because it failed. The text suggests it faded the way morning fades from memory when the afternoon has filled up with other things. The world grew more complicated, not because complication was forced upon it, but because minds very slowly, over generations too long to trace, began to notice differences, and from noticing differences, began to prefer some things over others, and from preferring things began to want, and from wanting began to reach, and from reaching began to lose, and from losing began to mourn. It was a long falling away, unhurried, almost invisible as it happened. The people of the land beyond the north have not fallen away. They are still there, north of the north, past the dark sea, past heaven's pool, still living in the texture of their ordinary days. The people of the dream of Huaxu are still there too, in the country the Yellow Emperor drifted into, a country that exists as long as the dream holds and perhaps longer. In the age of perfect virtue, it is not gone in the way a fire goes out. It is more that the world moved past it, the way a river moves past a stone. The stone remains, the current moves on, that stone is still there. Something in the body knows this. The body has not entirely left that age. When you sleep deeply, without dreaming, without effort, the body returns to something very close to what those people had always, a state with no object, no direction, no goal. Pure rest, the way rest was before it needed to earn its place in the day. The three versions of this absence now rest together in the same darkness. The land beyond the north lies somewhere to the north of north, cold and open, with its unnamed people moving through days as seamless as silk. The dream of Huaxu lies somewhere inside the closed eye, a country so complete it requires no approach. And the age of perfect virtue lies somewhere in the deep past that the body still carries, in the rhythm of breath that needs no instruction, in the weight of the body settling without effort, in the slow release of the jaw, the softening of the hands. None of them ask for effort. None of them require you to arrive. They are the condition that was always already here, beneath the noise, beneath the reaching, beneath the long accounting of the day. The kun is still moving through the dark sea. The fish does not know the sea is vast. The sea does not know the fish is enormous. And somewhere north of that, the land rests in its seamless days, unknowing, and somewhere behind the closed eye, the dream country of Huaxu opens without a gate. And somewhere before all of this, before the first word was written, before the first map was drawn, before anyone thought to describe the distance between here and the uttermost north, the world was simply what it was, still, whole, without commentary. That stillness has not gone anywhere. It is patient in the way that stone is patient, not waiting for anything, not expecting anything, simply remaining, and the remaining is the whole of it. Nothing more is needed. Nothing more has ever been needed. You are breathing slower than you were an hour ago. The body already knows the way. It has been moving toward this all evening, unhurried, the way the enormous fish moves through deep water, not toward a destination, but simply moving, the way living things do when nothing is pulling against them. 3 directions, 1 stillness, the north that lies past north, the dream that opens inside dreaming, the time that was before time needed to explain itself, and all of them saying the same quiet thing, from the same quiet place, in the same soft voice that doesn't need to be heard so much as felt. The voice of the world before it learned to insist on anything. The fish moves, the dream holds, the old time rests in the old dark, patient as stone, patient as still water, patient as the space between one breath and the next, that small unhurried pause where nothing is happening and nothing needs to. The north that lies past north, the dream that opens inside dreaming, the time before time needed a name. They have been 3 things until this moment, 3 separate rooms in a long, quiet gallery, and now the walls between them are thinning, the way mist thins at the edge of morning, the way a sound thins when the room it lives in grows very still. They are becoming one thing, not by argument, not by explanation, simply by the natural settling that happens when distinctions are no longer necessary. The kun moves through its dark water somewhere beneath all of this. It does not know it is a kun. It does not know it is vast. It simply moves the way water moves, the way breath moves, continuous, unhurried, too large for any single word to contain. The people of the land beyond the north go about whatever it is they go about. They do not know that ease is a pleasure, because ease is the only texture they have ever touched. They do not know that death is a loss, because nothing in their world has ever taught them to hold on. They live in the fullness of a state that has no opposite, and so they do not know they are living in fullness. They are simply living, and in the dream of Huaxu, that country reached through dreaming through the slow country a sleeping mind enters, when it finally lets go of the waking one. The people there move through the same condition, no fear, no striving, no reaching toward what they do not have, no turning away from what they cannot change. They are not peaceful. Peace is not the right word, because peace implies the prior presence of something else, something that had to be quieted. They are simply at rest, the way water at the bottom of a deep lake is at rest, not because it has been calmed, but because nothing is disturbing it. And in the age of perfect virtue, that long ago time when the world was still learning to be the world, when the deer moved freely through the forests, and the people moved with them, neither measuring nor naming, the quality of living was the same quality, not happiness, not contentment, not the satisfaction of desire, just the undisturbed continuation of being, simple and unremarkable, the way a stone continues in the hillside for 10,000 years without noticing. Your breathing has already slowed. You may not have noticed it happening. That is exactly how it happens, not by effort, but by the gradual withdrawal of the thing that was making effort necessary. The body knows how to find its way back to this. It has known since before you did. A land, a dream, a time. They are 3 names for the same absence of interference. And the strange thing, the quiet, unhurried thing worth noticing now, in this soft and dimming moment, is that the absence of interference is not empty. It feels like emptiness only to the part of the mind that measures by contrast, that knows warmth only by having been cold, that knows rest only by having been tired. But underneath that part, further down, deeper than the part that measures, there is something that has never needed contrast. The kun is there, The kun has always been there, drifting through dark water that has no shore, in a body so large that the word large no longer applies to it. It is not resting from something. It is not recovering from effort. It is simply being the size that it is, in the water that it has always moved through, and nothing about that requires a name. Not sleeping now. That is not quite the right word either, but inhabiting the same quality of unmolested being, the same unheld continuity, the same condition the body arrives at when the mind finally stops asking it to stay alert, to stay ready, to remain on watch for whatever might need responding to. The people of the old time are there, moving through forests, resting in clearings, watching clouds the way clouds watch nothing, with no investment in outcome, no record being kept, no assessment being made. They are there not because they found the way to peace, but because they never left it. They never learned to leave it. And so they remain, through all the long seasons, in the natural state that requires no maintenance, no effort, no return journey, because it was never departed from. 3 directions, the same stillness. You are breathing slowly now, and the weight of your body has settled more completely than it was settling even a little while ago. The mind is still present. You are still here, but there is a quality to this presence that is different from the presence of effort. It is more like the presence of the deep lake, which is very much there, fully there, occupying its basin in the hillside completely, and yet makes no claim on anything, resists nothing, reaches toward nothing, simply holds what it holds, and lets the rest move past. The north is somewhere past this. The dream is somewhere inside this. The old time is somewhere beneath this. And they are all the same direction, seen from the place you are in now. Not north, not inside, not before, just here. Just this condition, this quality, this texture of being that the body has been slowly recovering for the past hour or more, as the sounds of the day have withdrawn, as the light has gone from behind your eyelids, as the thoughts that were moving quickly have gradually found less reason to move. The fish does not know it is vast. The dreamers do not know they have entered peace. The people of the old world do not know that ease is a pleasure. And you, listening now, in whatever warmth and darkness you have found yourself in, you may not know exactly what you are entering. That is as it should be. The knowing of it would require you to stand outside it, to look back at it from somewhere else, and there is nowhere else to stand right now. There is only this, the slow tide of breath, the weight of the body finding the surface beneath it, the gradual loosening of the thread that ties attention to its object. Let the distinction soften. The north, the dream, the time, they were useful, they were lanterns along the path, each one illuminating a different part of the same field, but the field itself needs no lantern. It is simply there. It has always been simply there, under whatever light or dark has fallen on it, unchanged by the season, unchanged by the hour, unchanged by whether anyone is crossing it or not. The coon moves through water too deep for light. The dark lake called Heaven's Pool rests beyond the dark sea. The land lies beyond the pool, quiet in a way that has no name for quiet, easy in a way that has no name for ease, continuous in the way that only truly still things are continuous, not because they are moving without interruption, but because they were never the kind of thing that interrupts. And these 3, the land, the dream, the old time, they are settling now into a single image. Not a vivid image, not a sharp one, more like the memory of a landscape you passed through once, years ago, on a long and gentle journey. The memory of how the light fell across wide water, how the air felt before weather, how the ground held your weight without asking anything in return. You are in that memory now, not looking at it, in it. The fish is below you, enormous and unhurried, moving the way deep things move when no surface is pressing down on them. The dream is around you, the way dreams are around the dreamer, not as scenery but as texture, as the quality of the air, as the particular softness of a world that has agreed to hold you. The old time is under all of this, patient as the stone that the mountain is made of, patient as the dark between stars, patient as the pause between one breath and the next that asks nothing of you, keeps nothing from you, and simply continues, the way all truly restful things continue, without needing to know that it is doing so. The water is very wide. There is no shore you can see from here, and no memory of the last shore you left behind. The surface of the water is still, not still the way water is still after a storm has passed, still in a way that has nothing to do with what came before, still in the way that deep things are still when nothing has ever moved them quickly. This is the dark sea. This is heaven's pool. The name arrives softly, without announcement. The dark sea, the pool that the sky was poured from, or poured into. The old texts are quiet on the distinction, and the distinction may not matter here. The water holds the dark the way cloth holds warmth, evenly, without effort. You are near the surface. Below you, much further than any light has ever gone, the fish called coon is moving. You cannot see it. You don't need to. Its presence is the way the water feels, not heavier, but fuller, the way a room feels different when something enormous is resting within it. The coon is not going anywhere in particular, neither are you. The water around you is the temperature of the air you breathe when you are almost asleep, not cold, not warm, just present, just there. Just the soft fact of being held by something that does not need to hold you, but does. Somewhere beyond the far edge of this water, the land lies. Not close, not far. Distance has a different quality here, the way everything here has a different quality. Softer at the edges, less insistent about its own dimensions. The people of that land are not waiting for anything. They are not wondering when morning will come. They are not measuring the night against the day to find the night wanting. They are not rehearsing tomorrow or carrying yesterday. They simply are, the way the water simply is, the way the dark simply is. You can feel your breath now, moving slowly, in, and then the long pause that lives between breaths, and then out. The pause is longer than you remembered. It doesn't concern you. The coon is somewhere below, moving the way the very largest things move, not through space so much as through time, through the slow accumulation of stillness upon stillness. Its length has never been measured. The texts say so plainly. No one has ever known how long it is. And something about that sentence, heard here, at this depth, in this darkness, is not troubling at all. It is simply true. There are things whose full size cannot be held in any mind, and they move through their own worlds without needing the measurement. You are floating above such a thing. The water is dark. The water is wide. The far edge of the water cannot be seen. The land beyond it. The land where ease is simply the texture of the air, where the word for loss was never needed because nothing felt like loss. That land is there, the way the bottom of a river is there, real and continuous and requiring nothing of the surface to prove itself. Your body is heavier now, not heavy the way tired is heavy, heavy the way stones are heavy when they have been resting in river water for a long time, smooth, settled, belonging to the place they rest in. The dark sea breathes, or perhaps that is you, breathing, or perhaps there is no difference here. The coon turns, somewhere beneath the measurable world, and the water accepts this, the way the sky accepts clouds, without adjustment, without accommodation, simply by being large enough that nothing disturbs it. The land lies beyond. It has always lain beyond. It is not waiting for you to arrive. You do not need to arrive. The arriving and the being there and the not yet having gone are all the same thing, in a place where nothing marks the difference between them. The water is very wide. The dark is very soft. Below you, the great fish drifts through waters that have no name for their own stillness. And the surface holds, and the dark holds, and the pause between your breaths is longer now, and gentle, and asks nothing, and keeps nothing, and continues, the way the water continues, the way the dark continues, quietly, without needing to know that it is doing so.